What's up, Mr. Hunt? Got some torrential weather out here, so I thought I'd jump online, and that way, if I died, somebody would be able to see me. All right, we got down trees, we got blowing tumbleweeds, we got 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. We got no microphone. Looks like my filters needs to come off. Let's take that off. It's a little bit better. See where we're going. No idea where we're going. We're going on a road trip. That's where we're going. 12 miles away, 19 minutes. Seatbelt on, blinkers going. Not sure the headset so isn't pulling in the sound. That's alright. Doesn't matter. Let's figure out what we're doing here. Check our audio, headset, open mic, microphone. Microphone's working fine. I know you can hear me, I just can't hear. We're frozen. That's interesting. We are frozen. I can see myself on the computer just fine. Yeah, it's StreamYard. This is just the basics. I just launched it. I don't have any of my backgrounds going. I don't have OBS running. I have none of the bells and whistles running. Strictly running off of the Starlink right now, so I have no idea how well this is going to work. But like I said, we're on a road trip. We've got a little bit of a dust storm that's come into town. I'm going to be working for another 4 hours. So not knowing when we're going to possibly see a downed tree, jump out in front of us, I thought I would at least document my death. Might get some clicks and views that way. Not a problem, Dave. Go ahead and go to bed, buddy. Sneak in some okra as a little late night snack. So we've got things like fences down, we've got barricades that might be out in the middle of the road, we've got flying debris, we've got political signs, all sorts of stuff blowing around tonight. we can see any of the damage it's causing. Usually I don't wear a hat, but for me it's if I keep my head dry, I'm good. Throw a jacket on just to give me another layer of protection. Somebody wants their Chick-fil-A really bad, I guess. Yeah, I know it's not going to happen. It's just a test. It seems like whenever I'm making progress, things happen like finances. Finances go to a minimum, the income levels, rainstorms, car problems. We've got some family drama going on, not in our family, but some of our children. So we're working on that. Finished phase one of a huge project that we're working on. So it's like anytime that we're about to make progress, it always seems like Murphy likes to pop up its ugly head. Looks like that's probably on me, the camera. Looks like it's only possibly 720. Yeah, let's see if we can make that a little bit larger. Bump that up a little bit. See if that has any effect. So make me a little bit more spacious instead of crowded in the screen there. There we go. Pop goes the weasel. It's interesting watching yourself on the monitor because of the delay. We can turn off the intermittent wipers. Not seeing any rain right now. Problem is everybody's trying to find cover, and so people are speeding and acting irrational tonight. Trying $1 million. Are you asking about how much I've actually made? I've made, I think, almost $500,000 with DoorDash in less than about 6 years in August. 3.5 full time. No okra. Come on, babe. A little fried okra for a night snack. Or I should say, how about some almond milk and okra in a bowl? Mr. Lee, how are you doing tonight? I have a text message. Customer added a $2 tip on a passport. Thank you for that. Good night, Dave. Sleep tight. Sweet dreams. Yeah, you're a hustler, Mr. Lee. People, when I first was introduced to people, they called me Sam Lee Jr., and I had to find out who you were. So I tracked you for a little while as a silent viewer. I remember correctly, though, you do multiple apps. As of prior to this year, I was only doing DoorDash. Currently approaching 54,000 deliveries with DoorDash. This year, I've turned on Uber Eats and Expedite Catering. Although I've shut off catering for a while, I want to get 10 large catering bags that fit the Chipotle. I found them. I just now need the funds. And right now, we've got all these kiddos out of college. Got to keep my eyes on the road here. This is going through desert land, so a lot of debris can get blown up from the wilderness over here. Not very many trees along this path, but we do have small trees and loose debris on the side of the road. So bear with me while I'm not monitoring the chat. Haven't tapped into Stream Buddy yet. I need to get a device that'll hook onto my glasses. So unfortunately, I'm at the mercy of having to watch the screen, which I don't have the ability of doing right now. About 3 miles left on this delivery. I think so far we're probably at about we're well over $200. I'll tell you here shortly. Currently we're at $260. 4 hours left, possibly a 340 night. We'll see. Yeah, it's tough being a small business owner nowadays. You really have to dot your I's and cross your T's, and until you've actually had employees and had to meet payroll and actually understand the dynamics of how your decisions affect other families, it's quite the different scenario than being an employee. I learned a long time ago that you need to stop just thinking as an employee and start thinking like a business owner. That's why I'm so adamant about tracking the numbers. They tell the story. You may see up at one of these intersections that we're coming up to a previous storm that we had over the last 3 days. Like I said, we've just been hit and miss as far as storms and whatnot, but because the ground is so dry here in the desert, you get instant flash washes, meaning that all the rain just runs across the top of the soil, finds the low points, gathers together, picks up debris, and it's like a little mini wave of debris. Like right there, you saw on the road, that was all dirt. Can't see it on the right side of me over here. That's all dirt and debris.
Go, go, go.
Exactly. It can throw your numbers off totally, can it? That's why you have to develop systems in a small business as well as what we do. You know, everybody gets 3 on average. It's nice when somebody doesn't need one, but then you're going to have somebody who wants 5. Or why businesses go to charging for the ranch, and why the customers want us to ask for it and beg for it and come out of pocket and then stiff us and not give us a tip. Interesting times that we live in. apologize. It looks like my camera lens might be a little dirty. It's been inactive for a while and just sitting there, so I may have caught some of the Arizona dust. If I drop this off, I might be able to clean it off really quick. Part of the problem now with the rain too is it's mounted in my sunroof, so raindrops have a little bit of an effect as far as the signal. Just a small amount of distortion and latency. But obviously, as we're driving, the wind's blowing that off and clearing it off. But if we're sitting for a period of time, it can diminish the signal slightly. Hopefully, the sound's okay. I won't know until I listen to this, but I think I adjusted the mic the last time I was on live. Looks like the wind may have died down a little bit. I'm not really seeing the trees blowing that much, although they are blowing. It's not a calm night. Delivering some Chick-fil-A. We have to run the wipers for a while. Intermittent. Tonight's been an interesting night. Didn't really work on the project that we have going on right now. Everything's been completed. We've generated over 1,400 videos that are all up on YouTube. They're all unlisted. Creating thumbnails, titles, descriptions. We're about 56% of the way completed. I've been working with a gentleman called Habit Huddle. It's really encouraged that I found him. We've been dialoguing back and forth, working on his platform, learning how to create huddles so you can invite other people to join to work on a habit. So we're trying to figure out how can we use that for DoorDash and monetization and mindset. That was a nice strike of lightning. I don't know if you caught that on film or not. Pretty sure you did. Straight ahead. But as a result of that, I just passed my turn. So I'm going to flip a quick UE. Caught me by surprise. Sometimes we'll get lightning out here with no moisture whatsoever, just kind of like a static storm. Other times we get haboobs that come through, just a wall of dust. Desert life is a little bit different than some other areas. All right. Gate code here. That code worked. That's always a good sign. Ooh, long-term call options. Yes, we need to talk. Eventually, Sam, I'm going to be throwing up software we're up on the stage, and we'll be able to take a look at some stuff as well as options. So hopefully you've subscribed to the channel, and would love your feedback. I'd even love to bring you up on stage, and since it's StreamYard, I can bring you up and we can dialogue about stuff and talk about different options and whatnot. I'm glad you brought that up. That is one of the avenues that we're going to be going down. So I don't know why I grabbed that phone. I got too many phones. Too many phones. Let me let the customer know that I'm here. I always send a good evening. I've arrived and I'm following your instructions just so that they know I'm on their property. I will be right back. All right, what's up? Veteran Dasher from LA. What's up, fellow veteran? What branch were you in? I was in the air. Winds died down to about half as much as it was. We got slight rain outside. Problem with rain in the desert, and so we send down a taproot, and as a result of the shallow root structure, they have a tendency to blow over really easy. So you combine moisture, which softens the soil, softens the clay, and then you get winds, and the next thing you know, you've got a tree in the middle of the road. So usually I do not dash during rainstorms. It starts to rain, especially at night, and I head home. Army, go Army. Where were you stationed? I was myself. I was stationed overseas in England for 2.5 years, and then Cheyenne, Wyoming. That's where I picked up golf. Was in England, and then my dad lived out here, and I said, "Well, I can't golf year round out in Minnesota, but I can golf year round out here in Arizona." And didn't really know my dad, so I was like, "I'm going to kill two birds with one stone," and move out here. And I've been out here ever since, with a small little trip out to Seattle. I lived out there for about 1.5 years, I think it was. That was out in the Linwood area north of Lake Washington. Yeah, I forgot to clean off my lens. Oh well. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind rain. If I was somewhere else, if I was in another state, I don't mind rain. I don't mind as long as I can keep my head dry. Because my problem is I got glasses, so every time I get out, you have to manage the phone, you have to manage your glasses because they're constantly wanting to fog up, they're wanting to get wet with the moisture in the air. And then obviously that combination of the moisture in the air, foggy glasses is not a good combination driving at light. And I'm a huge advocate of you don't need to win this battle in order to win the war. So if it's meant to call it for a night early, then I'll call it because I don't want to take myself out of the game. Yes, I could use other resources. I could go get another vehicle. I could rent a vehicle if something happened as far as the damage to this vehicle. But why? Why go through all that if I don't have to? So I make enough money. It just seems like right now I'm not making enough money because we're dealing with students and teachers who have flooded the market, and as a result of flooding the market, they're not at home also ordering. So we lose a percentage of customers who would be ordering, and the market is inundated with dashers, and those dashers, some of them, college students, don't have the ability to do alcohol. So they're segmented into the food delivery portion of the gig apps. And unless you transition over into grocery shopping and alcohol delivery, then you're fighting with an influx of drivers. And you're fighting for orders, so unfortunately the system takes advantage of that, the different gig apps, and they are like, okay, well, let's see if we can reduce the amount that we're going to pay these dashers. I don't know that for sure. It seems like it. It seems like it. A little choppiness there. Unfortunately, we don't have the solution that we found hooked up yet. Purchased, actually. I did talk to somebody from Verizon, but unfortunately, he kept on trying to push me into coming into the store, and going into the store is a 2-hour process usually, and I just don't have that free time right now. So I have another solution. For that. So I thought I was going to be able to weigh that option against my current carrier, but that I guess wasn't going to be the case. So aren't you happy that you did pursue this as a career, Sam? I mean, you have your freedom. If you want to stop, go grab a bite to eat, go sit by the ocean, stop and help somebody, work your tail off like we do. It's all your choice. You try to go do that at a place of employment, and they're like, sorry, we don't have the hours to give you. Unless you can drum up more customers, unless you're in a sales position or something along those lines, or working commission, then they're happy to bring you on board, because it's like you bring in the business and you're paying for your own salary. But if you're an employee, it's just going to be watching TikTok, sitting at a counter somewhere. I've been doing this for 35 years. I've been doing gig work, paper routes, periodicals, magazines, filling boxes, delivering to doors, folding papers, flower delivery, courier service, doing gig work before it was known as gig work. Before it really started going into becoming an app. Before it was, here's your paper route, your Thomas guide, hit every 3 houses, skip 2 houses, hit the house with a tree in it, hit the house with the red car in the driveway. You were buying your own software and routing routes and doing whatever you could to, figure it all out. Then the internet comes along, things start changing. It starts going to an app. Even courier services now. I used to be a dispatcher with a courier service, and even that It's kind of like, you don't know the nuance of that customer. Yes, that customer should drop off first, but that customer really just wants it within the next 4 hours. How do you educate? How do you educate a system with that type of knowledge? You'd have to do a profile on every one of your customers, not only the customer by itself, but then all of a sudden you've got a special case scenario that it wants to make a decision, but there was a phone call. They came in and they actually need it within the next 30 minutes. So we're coming back into our zone. We were kind of outside of our zone there for a little while. There's really no merchants over here. We're at 273.91 for the day. I don't end my dashes. I don't switch zones. I'm loyal and dedicated to one zone, mainly because it makes my number tracking just that much easier. Currently, I'm not tracking my numbers. I'm taking screenshots of everything, so I do have the numbers. I just have been, like I said, focused on this massive project that we're getting ready to launch, and thinking about doing a premiere for that, which will be fun because premiere is really just a static video. So that means creating different scenes and cutting in and using we use Camtasia for that. But I really try to stay away from doing any type of edits or that type of stuff. Usually just get me in the raw. So got four people watching. Appreciate that. Like I said, no promotion. Up against John. John over at Driving Daily. So I know that there's not going to be anybody out here. I need to make a name for myself, and that name has not been established yet. But eventually, people will get to know who I am. Nobody special, just a grinder, just somebody out here who likes to drive for a living. I like my freedom. I like the ability if all of a sudden I have to stop and go help out the family or spend some time, helping out a friend or anything along those lines, I do. If I want to sit down and talk to a merchant, for an extra 5 minutes and the order's late, for me, I push out 100 orders, every 2.5 days. I roughly do 1,050, 1,100 deliveries, per month, every 30 days. So probably by the end of the year, be somewhere between 58 and 59,000 deliveries. All right. Looks like somebody wants us to drive and do a little ice cream run from Cold Stone. We've got 765 going 8.1 miles. A lot of you would probably say, no way, Jose, but this is all freeway driving. So that's actually buying 21 minutes of my time, taking a screenshot, and it should only take a little over 8 minutes of drive time to get that delivered. So that's actually a very profitable job. So we took that. We're about 4 minutes away from getting that. It's probably going to take us more like 12 minutes to drive all that. I would imagine. Just because we have to fight a little bit of this traffic that's in the mall area, so it's estimating 4 minutes for less than a mile of driving. And that's where working knowledge comes in as well. Oh, there's a down tree. We were just talking about. You saw that little swerve that we had to take. And of course, what do? You've got only so many police officers, and so You can't sit there and put a police officer in front of every downed trees. We've got other responsibilities, and like I said, everybody's trying to avoid all this and get home as quickly as possible. So, welcome to my stream. Currently 9:26 p.m. here in the Arizona desert. I'm supposed to be working until 1 o'clock in the morning. Another 3.5 hours to go. If we're at a $20 per hour pace, that's potential of $70 on the table. So here we are at Desert Ridge. Have a outdoorsy kind of a mall area. It's got a center area that's got a big like courtyard in it, fountains that little kids like to play around with. And there's a case of a downed tree, but I think that we can possibly squeeze through another downed tree. All right. Well, that's why we went live, was to kind of show you that we've got this kind of stuff going on. Come on up here to Cafe Zupa's on our left. We're going to park in this little pull-in area. We're going to keep the car running and set our alarm. We've got a special alarm that allows us to keep the car running. I think these people are going to be vacating the area here, so I'm just going to pull in behind them instead of sneaking in front of them. Depends on how long they take. Come on, little doggy. Giddy up. There you go. I knew you could do it. I knew you could do it. Are you going to go? Are you going to go? Come on. You can do it. There you go. All right. I'll be right back. Sometimes people just need a little encouragement. right. And so now what we're going to do, this is going outside of our zone, so I'm going to pause our freeway, and it should take us 11 minutes to drive that. All right, so we're going to have these same trees up here. Only one person watching, which I understand because I was not in the car anymore. I looked dead. That's fine. I appreciate you stopping in. We're actually going to veer over here to the left. Okay, sneaking over here to the right. Oh, still a little windy out. Rain has diminished. So that's not happening anymore. That's a good thing. Oh, we got a little police activity up here. Time to throw the blinkers back on intermittent. Do what he's up there for. Might have somebody pulled over. What is interesting is with all of the equipment that I have in here, a lot of times people will get ready to dart right past me, and then all of a sudden they slow down because they don't know if I'm a police officer. This vehicle looks like some of our police cruisers, although it's would obviously be in unmarked cars. Freeway driving is a little bit windy, is windier than normal. It's difficult to keep the car in the lane. Currently doing 65 on the freeway. Getting off here at Greenway Road. Tree branch there. Realized my camera was on. If I remember correctly, this is going to a house. Check the widget real quick. Yes, it's going to a house. That's a good thing. Making a left up here. Alright. I usually don't like this area. It's got a lot more crime, a lot more homeless, a lot more drug activity. It was one of the reasons why I got the alarm system put in the car. I'm probably going to start doing that more out here once the snowbirds come in and not pause my dash. I usually don't have a problem taking things inside of the zone. I have no desire to pick up at a merchant where a lot of people like to gather together and like to do nefarious things. So don't like anything that's going to take me out of the game. Take the vehicle out of the game, take me out of the game. And that's mainly because I'm the sole provider for two other adults and a child. And if something happens to me, then we're in a heap of trouble. Okay, their ice cream drop off should be right up this hill here. I believe it's probably a hill. Nope, no hill. Check something out here real quick in a second. Throw the seatbelt on and get going. Back to our zone. Here for just a second. Here, stay here for a second. Yeah, sometimes it takes stuff like that, opportunities to present themselves in weird ways. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is pretty nice. This is pretty nice. I got flexibility. I can do what I want when I want. If I remember correctly, you're out in California, aren't you? Sam, I am. How late are you working till tonight? Or are you done already? See, it's like DoorDash has been kind of capping me lately. It seems like in the summer months that they weren't even letting me make over $300. It's just like ironic. It's like no matter what, I was not able to make over 300. I wasn't even making $20 an hour, and it's really irritating because it's like you have all the market knowledge, you know where to go, you've built the relationships, but yet that resource isn't tapped into. You can move product faster than most. You have all the information, traffic patterns, where to park, merchant relationships, construction zones, where the police like to hide, how to maneuver apartment complexes. You have all the information. But it's almost like the philosophy is, yes, you have all that information, so here's a $2 offer that we really need to move, and you can get it done as quickly as possible. And, part of me, you know what, I get it, and I have no problem with the meter drop philosophy, of get things in the car and get them out as quickly as possible. And if I can do, 3-4 jobs in an hour, fantastic. But I'd like those 4 jobs to be, $6 plus, jobs. But when all of a sudden it's $2 and it's going to take you 20 minutes, it's like it just doesn't make sense. But I have tapped into that when I was trying to figure out what was going on with all the students going into the market and flooding this. It's like, do I need to take everything? Do I need to do that and win in favor with the system? And it didn't make any difference. I was still only able to make $300. It didn't make any difference if I was moving $2 jobs or if I was moving $15 an hour jobs. All right, so we're going to turn this market back on again. Currently, we're at 281.56 for the night. Roughly $60, $65 left on the table at $20 an hour. Currently, they're giving us a double stack over at Sonic, 1105 going 10.7 miles. That means that they're buying 33 minutes of my time, and it should take me roughly 25 minutes to get that done. So it's slightly better than $20 an hour. It all depends on how fast Sonic is tonight. I would think that one of two possibilities, right? They're either slammed because people want their shakes and warm food during this rainy period, or everybody's buckled down and snuggled up in bed. So we're coming up to that time where we're actually going to reduce our rate down to $15 an hour is all that we're looking for. Just because after 10 o'clock at night, things just start to shut down. Okay, he missed the drive-thru. He's driving by the drive-thru. Opportunity presents itself. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to mute the line. Be right back. So once they actually show up, I'm going to be loading this stuff up into the back of the car since it's 2 orders. Sonic Bliss, specialty sodas, corn dogs, 3 corn dogs. Let's see other individuals. A slush, some chicken bites, and a burger. Cheeseburger. That sounds good. Welcome to the stream. My name is Tom. I'm out here in the Phoenix Desert, Arizona. It's almost 10 o'clock, 9:56 p.m. I'm going to be working for another 3 hours. 3 hours plus. DoorDash likes to try and extend my dash past 1 o'clock, and then we'll be back out at 5 o'clock in the morning. Currently, we're at 281. Let's see, where are we at really? 281.56. Currently on an 1105 offer. Stacked offer. Yep, just a second, please. Just a second, please. I've got two actually. Alright, so we got those on board. Let's see what we're doing. Entering the information into beams in order to be able to speed up this process of delivery. Alright. Start out in Silicon Valley. Is that where you start every night, or is that where you started your gig work as far as a career? Can you hear me okay over the background music? Just trying to have something a little low and in the background just to kind of keep you entertained while I'm out of the car. Did you ever do any work in Silicon Valley as far as in the industry, as far as like semiconductors or IT or any of that type of stuff? Or did you just live there? Yeah, the only time I go out to California, we usually drive out to like San Diego, out to Coronado, play in the ocean for a while. My only other experience was Disneyland and that type of stuff, and then driving up Highway 1 and 101 or something like that. I think it's Highway 1. Took that all the way up, and when we went on up to live up into Seattle, we're leaving Arizona, let's head west, got to California, took the scenic route all the way up into Oregon, got into the Washington area, took a ferry for the first time, landed in Everett, and made Everett and Linwood our home. Lived up there for a while. Wife was pregnant, no job, no money, everything packed in the back of a Chevy Chevette. Peloton. Never owned a Peloton. They seem like they'd be fun. Interesting concept. This is my Peloton. This little screen right here. I'm just sitting out here just running. Yeah, no, I moved to the valley here to Phoenix. Started out in golf as an assistant, actually outside service, cleaning golf clubs, setting up bags. Then I moved up into being the operations manager for outside services. Then I moved up as an assistant golf pro. Could never go to school, could never get my card because I was under a head pro who was actually not a head pro. So you have to have a head pro in order to go through the program. So since he was underneath a head pro, we were all left kind of stranded, not able to pursue our career. Met my first wife there. She was making like $2 an hour. I'm not making much money. We're popping out kids left and right. So I went into the IT field and went to school for electronics. And then from electronics, I got in ground level with the company and taught them how to use email, taught them how to create an assembly line for building PCs, got into the training department. That's why I'm such an advocate for training and doing that type of stuff, and online learning. And have always, in order to support the family, I've always had to have some type of supplemental income. Always some type of a side hustle. Always running. It's getting to be that time, last 3 hours. Now comes the little yawns. Start getting itchy. Body starts saying it's time to start shutting down. Always a good idea to stay hydrated. That and power naps are probably the secret to my success out here in the desert. Because they set it up as they handed to me, and then they left me some type of instructions like, the driver will leave the order. What do you want? You want me to hand it to you, or do you want me to leave? Because if I leave it, you want me to hand it to you, you're going to be upset. I don't want to make you mad. It's too late to be mad. You don't want to go to bed mad. You don't want to go to bed mad. All right. Let's see. I will be right back. I'm going to have to make a phone call as well. All right, so I didn't have to call the customer because they responded to the message. That's a good thing. A little bit of a drive on this next one. All right, got that entered in the beans. We're off and running. Let's see. Yeah. Unless you find a partner who's on the same page as you. Can I ask what keywords you're searching for that advice on YouTube? Or is it just from you doing your streams? Connor, what's up, buddy? Don't worry, it's probably, I don't know, weeks away. I'm just kidding. I have no idea. Good to see you, though. This isn't going to be a regular thing, Connor. This is just we had a flash storm out here, so I decided to pop on and go live. This is just bare bones. This isn't all the bells and whistles. This is just me and a dash cam, a dirty lens dash cam. That's what it is. I'm going to go over this one. Can you hear me? Oh, nothing. I'm just driving here late at night, so I thought I'd have a conversation with a friend. Yeah. So the other day we were talking about YouTube strategy. I was wondering if you could lay out that plan of that market plan that we were talking about and actually lay it out. Can you lay it out in an outline form for me? We were talking about how we're going to be rolling out the entire strategy of 1,400 plus videos. Do we break it down into segments, or do we break it down into playlists, or just really simple? Hey Russell, how are you? I'm brand new too. I've never done this before. That's actually not true. That's not true. I've done it a couple of times. I've done some test stuff. And I tried popping in the other day and had one, and it failed miserably. But currently we're working on some other YouTube projects, but eventually we'll be doing streaming It's probably 3 times a day. So glad you found us. Welcome aboard. Whereabouts you from? I'm out here in Phoenix, Arizona, out in the desert. Clean off that screen a little bit here. Do you do any type of a side hustle, gig work, or anything along those lines, or what do you do for a living? I'm doing this full time. I do DoorDash full time. I do have Uber Eats as far as a secondary, but I have not really tapped into the multi app scenario. I do also have Expedite, which is a catering app, but I put that on hold every day because I'm waiting for some catering bags. I'm waiting for some additional income to come in. How old's your mom? Is she like in her 80s or is she much younger? We're having to do the same exact thing. I can feel that. I've got a mother-in-law that's in her 80s. She's pretty self-sufficient still, but nonetheless, I'm the provider for the household. You said mom, so are you from England or from Canada? 74. She's still a spring chicken. Come on, Russell. Is she okay? Hopefully nothing bad. You don't have to share. I understand. Getting kind of personal. And I am talking without actually knowing the knowledge, so I should probably stop that before I get myself into trouble. I really do want to be respectful to you. I'm 60, what am I, 62 years old, so 74 isn't too far off. I was stationed in England for 2.5 years at RAF Falconberry, up the A1, the A604, Huntington, Cambridgeshire, up at Peterborough. I was there for 2.5 years. Actually introduced the local pubs there into pizza before Pizza Hut and Domino's and everybody was available out in that area. We trade Pilsner, Holston Pilsner, for a couple of freshly yeast risen pizza pies. Is she like wheelchair bound or in a walker? Or just need somebody to guide her along? That's sad. That's tough. You guys have a lot of weather like we're experiencing right now, and that weather can play play harshly on joints and that type of stuff. So I hear you. I'm glad that you have the ability to do that. Not everybody does. And if you're struggling, I'm thankful that she has somebody like you by her side. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices. Sometimes we have to recognize that this person brought us into the world and gave us their life, and now it's our time to give back to them. So does that mean you're changing out bedpans and bathing and doing everything from the bed, or does she have some mobility? That's tough. That my friend will wear on you. Do you have a support system? Do you have other people that can give you a break? Because we all need a break every now and then. Sometimes it's difficult for people to understand just what others are going through. You have to get out of your shoes and into somebody else's shoes. It's a skill that's learned. Well, this person wanted Sonic really bad. Throw out these other messages here. Yeah, my mom just went through hip replacement surgery, but she's back in Minnesota, so. Well, that's good. Is that something that the government pays for? Is that a government subsidized program, or is that something that you guys are having to fund? So if she's 74, you're what, mid 50s? Yeah, that's what I kind of noticed when I was over there. It was like a lot of people were on the dole. A lot of people were like, hey, we're going to get X amount from the government and it has to pay for this bill, this bill, this bill. And that gives us one pint at night, one pack of cigarettes, per week. But everybody buys one pack, and when somebody breaks out a fag, then they offer everybody else around them a fag. And life really kind of revolved around the pub and around the church. I really do miss England a lot because it's just a great environment. The people over there are just so much more knowledgeable than Americans. Learn something, they become an expert. I think I forgot the code. Give me 1 second. So where's it? We have arrived. Get some warm food into this individual. Be right back. Take these seconds. Let's see if we can do something. No, it's not that one. What's that one? See, here's the problem that I have. This is an infrared. Camera. So as a result, it shines. I have other maps once we actually go live, but it shines a light that I can't see. It's an infrared light. But currently we're at 292.61. Oh, yeah, look, you can see my setup here. So over here, I got this is my display that's monitoring YouTube. I got my big Yeti boom mic there. I've got a cell phone here. I've got laptop. I've got my catering bags off to the side. Then I've actually got my other cell phone to the left of the tablet. And then up above the tablet, I have a dash mic, a dash cam, but you can't see that. Let's switch that back to the road camera. E-meet. Bada boom, bada bang. Little tour of the office there. That's my little setup that I got going on. Oh, my goodness. Alright, we're doing 1020, going 12 miles, Jack in the Box. We're at 1020, that's buying 40 minutes of my time at $15 an hour. It's 10:33, we're not expecting $20 an hour. Let's go get this. Let's go get this. I'm not sure if you're still in here, Russell, but is your dad still with you, or did you lose him? All right, just went underneath the little hang. That's what we're experiencing as far as a little delay. That's the problem with the Starlink. You really have to be careful as to, are you under a tree? Are you under a bridge? Are you under a parking stall? Should probably throw on the seatbelt. Yeah, I'm going. A little debris on the road there. Not a problem. I'm in a CRV. Aha. Wow, my dad passed away in 2005. We have something in common. My dad, unfortunately, probably should still be here with us. We thought that he was going to be the most fit out of the family, very athletic, but he had a blockage in his arteries. And he felt dizzy, but he was too prideful to go to the doctor. So he had the symptoms, declined to have an ambulance taken to the doctor, to the hospital. Went out golfing, got to the 18th hole, and collapsed. It was devastating. I had another friend recently who's had someone pass. Her mother passed. I shared with her, I says, sometimes it just kind of hits you. You don't know why, just out of the blue, for no reason whatsoever, you just start getting emotional. You can't trigger it to anything. It's not like you heard a sound or music or anything. It's especially a father. I mean, mothers are our nurturers, right? But we live for the blessing from our Father. We want to hear from our Father that we did a good job. He's our Superman. Hopefully, you had a good relationship with him. Hopefully, there was no pain and suffering. It's always difficult to talk about past loved ones. I encourage you to talk about it because it's bringing back a memory and it keeps them alive. It keeps them alive in our hearts. That's good to hear. Did he pass away in his sleep? Was it a heart attack? Yeah, heart attack. It'll get you. Had he had any heart attacks previous? Any strokes or anything along those lines? Or was it just something that was sudden? Gosh, was he your age when he passed? Back in 2006, that was 20 years ago. If your mom was 74, that means he was around 54 to 58. And if your mom's 74 and she was 20 when she had you, that would make you around 54. Or heart attack something that run in your family? Or I know I'm getting personal, and it's not something that you have to share. I do appreciate you allowing me to go down this path. All you have to do is say stop, and we'll stop. That's what I kind of figured. So, mom had you when she was about 19 years old. See, that's I guess why I'm building this YouTube channel. That's why one of the reasons why we're getting ready to drop, 1,400, videos, and trying to build some type of a steady stream of some type of supplemental income because I know that I'm not going to be here, forever. All right, I'm going to have to mute you. I'm going through a drive-through. I appreciate that. My dad was a psychologist, which ironically, I wasn't even around him. And let's see, I'm getting ready to go under an overhang, so it may go dead here for a little while. So bear. Alright, so stuff all back up again. Bear with me. Alright, so we should be back. Sorry about that. And of course, we lost over half of the people. It's an interesting experience. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. So before we lost all the internet, we were kind of talking about our dads, and I was telling you that my dad was a psychologist, and I wasn't even around him. He left when I was 5 years old, and we didn't get back together until I was in my late 20s. And even though he's a psychologist, I was just kind of like naturally drawn to that same field, but not as a professional. Just listening to people, giving them counsel, etc., and just filled with empathy, right? So he was the type of person that was like, how can I be the best psychologist if I'm not able to experience what my patients are experiencing? So he went down a heroin path, an LSD path, he'd grow pot, I'm a very analytical person and very observant. And so with him, he had built he was such a handyman. He had built this hot tub underground with like a stone edge around it with these glass inserts, and the light would beam from underneath, and it was like, wow, how'd you get the light from beaming underneath? Well, it turns out because of all this, I had figured out that what he was actually doing was he had created a shell underneath this hot tub for the piping and for the pump, and that's where his grow lights were. And the grow lights were the lights that were shining up through that area, that space around the hot tub under the ground, and he was using that light for dual purposes, for growing his marijuana, his pot, and for a little bit of ambiance while he was sitting in the hot tub. So, very creative guy, very smart, but he always felt like, if you're telling me something, how can I give you any advice if I don't know what you're going through? It's like, whoa, that's a real interesting approach. Yeah, my dad was a hippie. He was a hippie. Long hair. I have no hair, but he had long hair. Loved football, meaning soccer. World Cup. He traveled to Europe every year just to go watch the World Cup. He would have loved the fact that it was here in the United States this year. Well, maybe he wouldn't have. He loved Europe. He loved to travel. All right, wake up. Was your dad also the type as he was would he go through the rubbish and say, "Oh, here's a lamp. I can fix that lamp." Did he snag stuff out of that every now and then? I used to do that all the time. I mean, when I lost everything after going through a divorce and bankrupt, it was like, you lose everything, but it was like through other people throwing things away, I was able to snag it up, fix it. It was like it just needed a switch, but they had bought something new and something that was old that just needed to repair. I give it a little TLC, and next thing you know, it was a furnishing of my home. No, I lived out of a storage unit for a while. That's how bad my life got. I was always out working 18, 20 hours. I didn't need to get an apartment or anything along those lines. It was just put all my belongings into a storage unit and plug into their electrical outlet to run some lights and set up your furniture inside of the storage unit, just like a little apartment. Had a desk, functioning vehicles. It's crazy. So it's like I tease a friend of mine driving daily, John. He eats chicken all the time. And it's like, I told him, I says, I get it. Raising 5 kids, it's like, you go buy stuff for $1 a pound. You're buying chicken. Finding multiple ways. Finding multiple ways of fixing that chicken. So here we're going through some of this previous ditches. You can see these low spots. These are where the washes would run through during rainstorms. And as a result, it takes all that desert sand and everything and brings it out onto the road. So that's what we're driving through right now. And of course, there's so many of those throughout the valley that it just takes a while for them to bring a sweeper and tractor with a big rotating brush to push that stuff off of the road. Water trucks. I mean, they have a whole system, for cleaning those out. You just have to be careful, especially after it's just happened, because you may all of a sudden find that there's a log in the middle of the road. I got stuck once in a wash. Water went all the way up to the doors of the truck. I had to climb through the window in the back and get up on top of the cab. It would only run for a couple of minutes, but just enough to do damage. Of course, I was stupid. Thought, I got a truck. I can just drive through this wash. It's before I knew better. Before I knew better. See a little bit of sand debris there. I guess if you can see, it'd probably help if I clean off the windshield. The things we forget. think it's about time to shut off my fans and turn off the AC. It's getting a little chilly out. 80 degrees outside, but 80 degrees to me feels like it's about 50. Got a Yahoo driving past us. Speed limit's 45. I'm doing 50. That vehicle is probably doing 65. I think I got my settings wrong on my camera again. Yeah, sure do. That should be a little bit bigger for you. It's funny, I was just down this road that we're going to right now, but I was on the other side. I was on the east side. My zone is probably over 100 square miles. I've currently driven already 232 miles today, and we have 2 more hours to go. Yep, I missed my dad. We'll take a little detour. I'll show you how there was probably a little major wash over here to my right. So over in that direction, and we'll go through it and flip it and U before we start heading back into town. Right now it's 11 o'clock, so that's things like Taco Bell, McDonald's, Filiberto's, IHOP, Dave's Hot Chicken, Wendy's, and so a couple other places, a couple of restaurants. Let's go on over here. Looks like we're in the cul-de-sac over here. Alright, I'll be right back. This love, make a customer. Currently, we're at 3:02:81. 2 hours left. It's like we said, we predicted might finish with a 3:40 night. It'll be close. It will be close. Alright, so I promise you we'd flip a little Louis on over here. I forget if this has a. Throw on that seatbelt. Ding, 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 ding. All right, so we're just going to go through here just to show you this wash. You see here all this debris that's through here. It's almost like going through a beach. And that's right by a major intersection. And so like that water all came right down this road right here. All this sand. All this sand is here now because this was all flowing before it was debris. And that may mean that, depending on how much water is coming through, it might be 3 inches. It could rise all the way up, 2 feet in some areas. It's crazy. A lot of people's landscaping just, gets totally ruined. So it's almost like you have to design your landscape for the flood. Put in pipes and whatnot to help drainage. And then those get clogged and overflow. Sometimes that water is rushing, so fast it doesn't make any difference what you do. It's coming. It's a wave. All right, so we're down to 4 hot spots. What do we got? Looks like Wingstop, Raising Cane's. I forgot Raising Cane's. Evo. Yeah, what's the last one? McDonald's. What are they gonna send me? I'd send me to Wingstop. Otherwise, plus there's a McDonald's and Taco Bell over in that area. That's probably our best bet. Just to stay on the road that we're on right now. There is a BJ's restaurant that's up here. Billy Jean's, I believe, is what it stands for. Leslie, welcome. How are you tonight? We had a little rainstorm, windstorm come through, so I decided that might just want to document my death. So, no bells and whistles tonight. Just didn't want to be in the car by myself. If all of a sudden a tree fell and I smacked it, or some debris was in the road. I've been discussing how washes happen out here in the Arizona desert, and you may find a log in the middle of the road. We've already gone through a couple of downed trees, had to maneuver around those. Did you have a good night tonight? Russell, meet Leslie. Leslie, meet Russell. Russell's out in England. Don't know where you're from, Leslie. You'll have to let Russell know if you want to. There you go, Leslie. No obligation, but I know who you are, so just made you a moderator. Like I said, that's just out of respect. That's not requiring you to do anything whatsoever. You're annoyed. It's only 82 cents. That's funny. Did I hear you mentioning to John that you were having some car problems? What's going on? Atlanta. She's from Atlanta. You must have caught the disease that John. You must have caught the disease that John had a couple of nights ago when he was at 199 and some change. You're tarnishing your reputation, Leslie. You're always on the ball. You always nail it. You don't have to do that with me. I don't end my dash, so there's no calculation. I can just look on my screen and it tells me what my dollar amount is. So Russell, I never asked you what part of England are you? Wales is my favorite. I love cliffs. I'll have to tell you the story sometime about how we got stranded out on the cliffs in Wales. Lost the keys to a motorcycle. A buddy of mine was the driver, and I was a passenger. You got new brakes. Holy moly! You got a new car. Which part of the sea? All of Great Britain is around the sea. Head gasket. Oh no. Yeah, see, I'm a cliffs and water guy. Trees, mountains, and water. If you can put me by some active cliffs versus flat beach. All right, where's that at? We're gonna make a cliff. Uh-oh. No, I just accepted that offer. That's interesting. I did accept that offer. Why isn't it showing me driving directions? Oh, I love it when this app does this. See, this is where if all of a sudden I drove off and did something different than trying to figure out why this job disappeared, I could be in major, major trouble. So, all right, there it is. Now I've got a secondary problem. All right. We are going to make a phone call, and it doesn't make any difference if you're on the phone call or not with me. Accidentally marked that I arrived inside the shopping center, and it's a virtual kitchen, ghost kitchen. That's interesting. Oh, there it is. All right, found it in the notes. Luckily, they put it in the pickup instructions on the screen as to what the name of the location was. That was scary. You're welcome, Leslie. I wanted you to stand out. And I'm sure if Russell keeps on coming back, then eventually I'll give him one as well. So, build trust, earn the blue. Let me throw up a couple of these comments. Unfortunately, I am going to be gone, although I can try and do something different here. Should we be spontaneous? Oh, never mind. Gray. Oh, let's see if I remember how to do this. Close that, open that, open that. Continue as that. Continue as that. Gotta who I am. Alright, close that out. so we have a lot. Since I have a bubble open. I don't have any bubbles open. Let's try this again. Nope, that's not going to work. Unfortunately, I have to leave for a little while. And if you have to leave, I understand. All right, Leslie, have a good night. Russell, I will be right back. Stick around. Yeah, look at that. I'm in two places at once. Sorry about that. They had some background music going, so that's one of the reasons why I play the background music inside of the StreamYard is to counter that. Like right now, I'm walking past some speakers and just don't need that extra music and whatnot. But yeah, this is one of the backup plans. I do have the ability to go mobile with my work phone or one of the other phones. I've got a couple other phones inside of the car, so that way you don't have to be lonely. I have a couple other features that we might be bringing out too that might be good. Heading back to the car. Unfortunately, I had to walk all the way into the center courtyard area. Yeah, just 1 second. I'll load this up. We'll open up the hat. Set me right here for a second. Just put out my handy dandy catering bag here in the back. Gonna have a little echo. All right, I'm gonna end this one and jump into the car. We are back. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that bad boy. Leave that connected. And again, leave it the room door. Is this the same person that I delivered to earlier today? That's crazy. It says leave it the room door, but there's no room to leave it. So I'm not going to call them at 11:24. All right, I'll be right back.
It's probably inside of the village when that barrier. And stuff long term stability. You're saying we're inside of the resort to here. There's a really gave me the rig number, so I'm gonna cut this off real quick. All right, next time I talk to her. Just cool. Let's see it. Like, I'm gonna go down. We get an extra $5 tip on that one. That was cool. After doing this for a while, you learn to kind of yourself. Maybe it's an interesting place because a room number. Let's just make that 666 room 4110. That would mean that it's in the first wing on the 4th floor. And yeah, so whenever you get a room number, that tells you which elevator bank you have to enter in order to acquire your target and drop the gun. All right, we're back in the car. Fortunately, I forgot we're under an overhang, so we've lost all the other cameras. This is why Starlink just doesn't work. Yeah. Refresh everything, load everything back up again, wait for the internet to reconnect. Looks like there's another job coming in, and switch over to that.
Drag myself back onto the stage. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Whoop. A little feedback going on there. See, look, now I'm two people. That's a feedback situation. Get rid of that. Too many mics. You know, in this car, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. There's 12 cameras in this car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 microphones in this car. So yeah, you gotta be a little careful. You gotta be a little careful that you're not creating those feedback situations. We've got a soundboard and everything, but it's like I still have to set all that up. And like I said, I'm working on this other project. This other project is my primary focus. So we'll get it all wired down. I need the winter months to come. That's when we really start making the money. I will be right back. Alrighty. Alright, it says it should take me about 10 minutes to get there. Didn't finish my dinner. That was funny. That was like a haboob that came through. It's like, now it's calm out. I love it when it gets dark outside. See, one of the things you have to understand being out in the desert, working long hours, hydration, very, very important. Hydration. Um, Drinking lots of water. Stay away from sugars and stuff along those lines. Rest, which unfortunately isn't an option for me. I do take power naps. If I'm tired, I will not hesitate to take a break. And I usually take a break somewhere between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. Is sometimes somewhere just more times a time. Once it's sending me these local offers, um, if I'm tired enough, I will take a little nap. Um, Nourishment obviously is important, feeding yourself, but that can also be counterintuitive because the blood rushes to your stomach and makes you tired. So we were talking about some of the things that are difficult here in the desert. Heat. It will just drain you, and that's why the hydration is so important. Um, the other one is sunlight, because when I'm already tired and I'm already exhausted, when I squint, which I don't have sunglasses that are prescription, that means that my eyes are already closing, and when you're already tired, it's just not a good combination. It's not a good combination at all. Like I said, I really try to avoid things that are potentially going to take me out of the game. Right? This is just a game of life, and eventually you'll win. You'll make it, even if it's one step a day. Eventually, you will get to your destination, or a good ways there, right? So you shoot for the moon, and even if you make it only partially there, you might end up only going 50,000 feet into the air. But you're 50,000 feet higher than you ever were before. So shoot for the moon. You know, just take those steps, one step at a time. Sometimes it doesn't happen in your timing, and I know a lot of people are frustrated because I'm not doing lives on a regular basis. I thought that they would be coming more frequently. They're not. Um, it's just not in the cards right now, unfortunately. I know I've had some comments on some of the videos that, dude, just turn the camera on and talk, just go. And that's just not how I operate. Like I said, tonight was more of a documentation. Tonight was more of a, do I really want to be out here by myself in these conditions? No, I'd much rather just have one person. And to that, I'm thankful. Russell, you came through. Sam, you came through. I appreciate it. Leslie popped in. Connor even popped in. Connor wanted me to ban him from the channel. Connor's funny. We love Connor. Connor's like a promoting machine. Oh, look at it. Got all these markers down. Bam, 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 bam. Any of them would have fallen to the left instead of, to the west. They would have fallen to the north. They'd be right in your lane of traffic. You're not paying attention. They're side by side with the car. And now all of a sudden you're in serious trouble. Like dominoes. Ding, 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 ding. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. So after dropping this one off, this is going to leave us in position for a Wingstop, which I think is open for another 9 minutes, a Taco Bell, a Jack in the Box, and a Filiberto's or an Evo. Those are the merchants that are currently still open. Now, one of the things I learned early was until you actually learn all this stuff, use the DoorDash app. It'll show you which businesses are open in your market. And until, just a couple of days, a week, until you start to get familiar, once you turn these apps on, once you start learning your market, you learn their hours of operations, you learn the manager's names, the employees' names. Okay, I think we're here. Be right back. All right, so we just got an Evo 625 going 10.8 miles. Decline. There's no businesses open where that's dropping, and it's a decline for a decline. DoorDash is notorious for doing that, giving you a decline for a decline. It's almost like they're testing to see if your behavior has changed. I might have done this had it been $8, because then they're buying like 32 minutes of my time. But forgot to decline it. So see if they send it back, which will be interesting. Oh, also we have Hawaiian Brothers is also a company that's open late. Do some cable management here. Plug the wrong device in, the wrong cable. So currently we're at 317. That's going to down to $15 for another hour. Jack in the Box 665 going 3.8 miles. We're going to take that one. We have to do a little 3-point turn over here. See, I'd love to be able to do like 3 of those little $6 jobs. So I can lift my tailgate up. Wake up, Tom. Wake up. Actually, I'm wide awake. I am wide awake. Shalom, Jay. What's up? What is up? This is not going to be a regular thing, Shalom, Jay. This is just me. It was windy out. It was raining. I wanted to have some type of documentation in case something happened to me. I do have a dash cam, which would have caught any of the events, but down trees, stuff along those lines. But it's great seeing you again. At the beginning of that. And I thought about you. Yes, I did. We're only going to be out here for about another hour plus travel time home wherever they decide to leave me. So I appreciate that. You've always been loyal and faithful, so I just gave you moderator privileges. So welcome. You are now blue. You're blue, Shalomja. Do, 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 do. All right, we're off to Jack in the Box. We're going to have the same problem at Jack in the Box, and I may lose you because there's an overhang there at the drive-thru. And as a result of using the Starlink, I lose connection. So I put no responsibility on you. This is just if something irritates the bejesus out of you, then feel free. I really don't want conflict or anything along those lines, so it's like, you know, even if somebody times them out, I have the ability to bring them back, so it doesn't matter. It just also makes you stand out, which you deserve, because you've been very loyal, and I appreciate that. Like I said, once I go through the drive-through, it's going to lose connection. So actually, I can be creative. I will be creative here. Let me go through this yellow light. I can. If my headset is still working. See if I can do this. Test 1, 2. Test. So now I've got myself on 2,
locations. I had to shut off my boom mic so that it didn't have the feedback. And that means that you're going to lose the dash cam and you're going to lose one of the images of me, but the other one should be fine. Oh, we got three of me up here. How do you duplicate yourself?
Should lose the image in the top and the dash cam as soon as they go underneath the overhang here. Test 1 2 test 1 2. Waiting in the drive-through. All right, be right back.
Yeah, well, everything's buffering. Everything's buffering. Effexus is my twin. Welcome to the stream. Yep, this is Arizona. Shalom, Jay. Didn't you say you were from here? You used to live out here, if I remember correctly? Is that it? That's right.
Do you want me to fill like a tea on a drink?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Be a tea right there.
And this is the why is it why Leon is it? Well, I thought it was Leon. That's all right. That's fine. Yeah, I just want to make sure I had the right order. He kept on saying he's going to mark things with a T. And I was like, well, her name is Liana. So, oh, we should have said that, but I did.
That's right. Let's see if their pin location is right. Otherwise, I gotta stop and put it in. We're in a like condo neighborhood. I didn't throw it all into beans. I just left it trusting their information. About 29. Hey, their stuff is accurate. I love it when that happens. All right, whose order do we got here? Mason. See, I'm tired. I'm out of practice. I'm throwing out names. I shouldn't be throwing out names. See, all that'll come with practice. I did good for like 3/4 of the stream, but trying to utilize these additional cameras and phones and microphones and all that type of stuff. And 7 minutes to this drop. How far north in North Phoenix, Shalom J? Because it's like North Phoenix I try to stay out of. Is it north? Was it northwest or was it like north inside of the 101 loop? Ugh. 40 minutes left. I'm gonna have to. I want to tell you about an application that I found. That we set up a Discord server. I have not released that. I have not done anything with it. Give me 1 second. How's it going?
How are you? Where you headed?
8-5. Hang on 1 second.
8-5.
Hang on. Sorry, talking with this security guard. Starting to hit a wall. Probably not going to get home until 1:30. Be in bed immediately. Then back out at 5 o'clock in the morning. Speed bump. Boop, boop. Mm. Please leave it by the trash can in front of the garage. right, be right back. All right, done feeding my face. Something's also changed on my settings because I have to go into the e-meet. I think everything is backwards. The image is flipped. So we're just slowly moving towards home right now. May or may not get a job. Lo and behold, it's my Jack in the Box. But what is it, Monday? I don't think he works on Monday. Remove that. Stop the camera. Put myself in the center. Turn the light from my laptop. Another jack. Now everything's right. So the configuration file that's set up inside of there. Set up. So when I shut that off, then what happens if I have the camera again? Still backwards. Still backwards. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? And the camera settings. I'm gonna mark this as stop dash after this order. Both of these are going to the same individual.
Hi, my friend.
Hey, how are you? Both orders?
It's a team order, okay?
What's that?
You say it's 2 orders?
2 orders, same person?
Oh, I have just 1 order.
No. One is Munch Better Deal Meal, barbecue sauce dip,
Yeah.
honey mustard dip,
Mhm.
2 barbecue, and there was 2 munch boxes, right?
No boxes. It's
Munch Better
it's
Deal.
Munch Better.
Okay, that's one, and then the other one is
I don't have nothing in the screen.
looks like the same thing. Do you have order numbers?
No, I don't have nothing.
So
Everywhere?
yeah, it disappeared.
Yeah. These 2 orders. Like, it's just 1 order,
One order.
2 combos.
Yes.
I think it's that. Take it, okay?
Yes.
Don't drive it fast because the floor is work.
Too many trees.
Yes. Oh, see.
Yes, you don't want to drive all the.
Uh-oh. Okay, my friend.
I'm going
See you
home.
soon.
After I'm done, I'm going home. Be safe. Could have swore I had 2 orders. Unfortunately, trying to get these phone's working. I shut off my screenshot software, so I had to go through the manual process. I don't think I got screenshots. It is what it is. I have one order. That's all that's on my screen. That's all that she has on her screen. So we're going to deliver this. It's going to finish us at 104. We're going to head home. Didn't quite make the 340, but it is what it is. Still better than the 250 I have been making. It has been a real tough last couple of weeks. It's like everything is reversed. On my computer, the drive is flipped, and my image of me is flipped. But when I'm watching it on YouTube, everything is correct. Two minutes. Yeah. Ugh. Ugh. Took me a little while to remember who you were. When I saw that going in the back, I was like, that's the back side of this apartment area. And then I was like, I delivered to you before. Did you order twice by chance?
Oh, yes, because I want to make sure I eat correctly.
No. I mean, not 2 meals. Did you order like 4 of these?
No.
Okay, because I could have swore 2 of them hit my phone.
It did?
Yes, but one of them erased.
Okay. No,
So I just didn't know if you canceled it or, but you know, they both were under your same name.
I'll be glad they picked this. Probably because they both ordered things. I got 2 of the same meal.
Possibly. Sometimes when you get there, if there's 2 orders, like it hasn't hit their screen yet, you know, it takes a while to bounce around the world, you know, to reach them, and all of a sudden it's gone. Now I have to wait, you know, so it's like when she said she didn't have it, and I looked at my phone again and it disappeared. So, yeah.
So one popped up on their screen, but the other one didn't.
Right. And one popped up on mine and then it disappeared. But I don't have any proof. It's like seeing aliens. You enjoy your meal?
Yeah, you have a good one.
Good to see you again. Yes, sir. That's a security guard over here. And the address went to the back of an apartment complex, condominiums, to a big parking lot where he's security at the resort. And as soon as I went to the back, it was just like, I've delivered to you before. So it's probably marked that I've delivered that. Continue. Send it to the customer. Continue. I'll be late delivery. $0.15 tipper. But that's alright. He's a good one. 332.41. That's what we made. 332.41. 32 out of 41 deliveries. Decline 9. 20 hours and 8 minutes. Here, internet dash.
We're heading home. First, we're gonna cash out. Leave my money on DoorDash. Come on, there you go. All right, I needed that. All right, it is time for the ride home. Boy, did my on-time rate did take a hit today. I'm all the way down to 91%. That's because I was spending too much time typing out ideas for that Habit Huddle software. Taking too much time messing around with creating an image. Had to do that numerous times. So it was like I'd get the order and I'd be sitting there in the parking lot. I'd be like, yeah, but I gotta finish this one little thing. I did not care. So all in all, an okay day. You know, $17 an hour. Then it's at $3.40 for 20 hours. So a little under 17 an hour. It is what it is. You know, the market only produces what the market produces. I can only do so much. I did not really take any naps except for when it was slow, leaning back. I didn't pause my dash for an hour or anything along those lines. Get almost all my dinner. So all in all, it was a good day, but not the best day. Meaning, I did not work at all except for the thumbnail for the YouTube channel art, which is now completed, which is good. But the details and that type of stuff and progressing the project to finish did not advance at all. Did work with the Habit Huddle gentleman, Stephen, from Canada. Great individual. Really happy that I'm on board with this project. Um, More than likely, once we start doing the tracking the numbers segments, then there's a chance, good chance, that he's going to be a guest on the show. And as a guest on the show, he'll be able to do promotion of what his software actually does. We can do screen sharing, that type of stuff. I don't know if we're going to be using my software or he created a video, so he's got a whole setup. Not only is he a programmer, but he's got the sound studio going on his site as well. Really good guy. Really happy to work with him. And if it helps people create new habits doing this gig economy, gig work, make individuals more productive, if we can make it so that it's actually a tool and resource for people to sign up and join, then obviously if those habits produce income for you, it'll be well worth the membership and the camaraderie that you make. And so that also has an element that goes into Discord, which Discord is something that we'll be offering as a free service for the community to be able to join. Have the majority of that already set up. Still need to learn some stuff about bots on Discord, but all that will be coming down the pike as we try to make as much money as possible, try to eliminate our debt, and buy the equipment that we need in order to do this live streaming stuff on a regular basis. Start to hone it in as the science it actually is. We had appearances from Russell, we had appearances from Connor, we had appearances from Leslie, we had appearances from Columbia. And I really appreciate you stopping by. And if you just work and watch on the side, not a problem. I enjoy the company. So I appreciate you watching. Hope you found some value. Like I said, this is not what we're going to be doing. This is not the final product. This is just, hey, let's flip the switch. Easy peasy. Let's talk through this. Let's fight through a couple of small challenges. Let's be observant of trees and fallen debris in the road, and try to make as much money as possible. I did make a couple of snafus tonight. I let out a couple of customers' names. Try and minimize that. We did tap into a resource of using one of the phones when we're actually out of the car. If we do that, then that means music might be a problem. Otherwise, we might have to play some music in the background or raise the sound level of the StreamYard music that we selected. We have a couple other things possibly in the works as well. Ugh. Late night tow truck pulling the U. If it wasn't going to possibly rain, I probably would have went and got gas tonight and washed the car so that I could just leave the house and not have to worry about anything. But since it might still rain tonight, I'm going to go down to that. Yeah, I'm yawning. Oh. I'm just ending. I'm just ending and going to bed so that I can be up at 5 o'clock. Yeah, I don't blame you. But right now, my market is saturated. My market is saturated with college students, illegal aliens, fraudulent accounts. Customers leave because it gets hot after Memorial Day. They don't come back until October. And so times are tough right now. Times are tough. And normally, if I had catering on, I know it'll be better next year once I reach 100 deliveries with expedite. But right now, we're scraping. We're scraping bottom. I'm a one-man band supporting 2 other adults and a teenager. Wasn't a positive cash flow, and then COVID hit. Prices went up. No longer am I able to freely spend. That's all right. Things are in the works. We just have to get over this hump. And then work our tails off, try and get as much debt paid off as possible, and then rinse and repeat once the next one we're done. Yeah, I've actually, over the last couple of weeks, because of a change in the app or a glitch in the app, but my app normally gives the notification, and what I've started to do is anytime I see any anomaly, anytime I see any anomaly in my DoorDash app, I automatically have to do a first because what ended up happening is I leaned back, expecting my phone to be giving me the audible ding. Twice I experienced this where I leaned back, dozed off, and not because I didn't hear the audible. The audible never went off. But the problem is normally if you let something expire in my market, the version of the app that I'm on, it would normally put you into an automatic pause state if you did not acknowledge the offer and accept the decline. And it didn't do that. So only you wake up, 15 minutes later from an alarm clock that I have set for 50, 30, and 32 minutes. And lo and behold, 15 orders declined. Brought me all the way from the 80s down to 58. So it was a struggle to get back. And then all of a sudden, and that's where I learned my lesson. Anything that I see out of place, it's an automatic restart. They're throwing you into timeout is what they're doing. Well, I'd love to sit here and chat, but I'm not like John. And, I'm on a tight schedule because I have to go home, go right to bed, and be out the door by like 4:45, 5 o'clock in the morning. And I need as much sleep as possible. So I don't mean to be abrupt. I appreciate you popping back in, Bertram. And it was nice to learn that you're an Army guy. And hopefully, once we actually get this thing up and rolling, I hope that you become a regular. And actually, what I'm going to do here, and some of the others, I'm going to give you standard moderation just because you're a regular. I've seen you on John's stream, so I know you're a good guy. And I'm out too. You have a good night. Good night, all.